Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime. I know many of you enjoy listening to these stories as you fall asleep. So before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this story involves real people and real tragedies. We tell these stories not for entertainment, but to remember the victims and perhaps help others recognize the warning signs that could prevent similar tragedies. For the best experience, feel free to lower the volume a little, just enough to let the story gently carry you off to sleep. Alright, please get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's first story. Tonight, I'm going to tell you about a tragedy that unfolded on what should have been the most joyous night of the year. This is a story about family, about darkness hiding beneath the surface of ordinary lives, and about how quickly everything can change. Let your mind drift as I take you through the events of Christmas Eve, 2007, in a small rural town east of Seattle. Carnation, Washington sits about 25 miles east of Seattle, nestled in the countryside where the suburban sprawl gives way to evergreen forests and open farmland. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, where people still wave to their neighbors, and where the arrival of Christmas brings a special kind of magic to the rolling hills and quiet roads. In December of 2007, the town was preparing for the holiday just as it had done for generations. Lights twinkled in windows, wreaths hung on doors, and families were making their final preparations for Christmas gatherings, wrapping last-minute gifts, preparing meals, and looking forward to time spent with the people they loved most. Among these families were the Andersons. Wayne and Judy Anderson had built a life together in Carnation, raising their 2 children in a home surrounded by 5 acres of land. It was private, peaceful, and perfect for the family gatherings they loved to host. Wayne Scott Anderson was 60 years old in 2007. He worked as an engineer at Boeing, one of the thousands of skilled workers who built the aircraft that carried people across the world. Wayne was methodical, detail-oriented, the kind of man who found satisfaction in solving complex problems. His colleagues respected him. His family relied on him. His wife, Judy, was 61. She worked for the United States Postal Service, a job that brought her into contact with people throughout the community. Judy was known for her warm smile and her reliability. Day after day, year after year, she delivered mail through rain and shine, becoming a familiar and friendly face to countless residents of Carnation. She was the kind of person who remembered birthdays, who asked about your children, who made you feel seen. Wayne and Judy had raised 2 children. Their eldest was Scott, who at 32 had followed in his father's footsteps in many ways. He had become a husband and a father himself, creating his own small family unit within the larger Anderson clan. Scott had married Erica Mantle, a woman of the same age, and together they had brought 2 children into the world. 5-year-old Olivia was at that magical age where Christmas still held infinite wonder. She believed in Santa Claus. She left cookies and milk by the fireplace. She could barely contain her excitement as Christmas Eve approached, knowing that the next morning would bring presents and joy and all the things a 5-year-old dreams about. Her younger brother, Nathan, was only 3. He was still learning about the world, still discovering what it meant to be part of a family, still forming his earliest memories. He looked up to his big sister, followed her around, tried to copy everything she did. He was a little boy with his whole life ahead of him. Then there was Michelle, the youngest of Wayne and Judy's children. Michelle Anderson was 29 in 2007. She was the baby of the family, 8 years younger than her brother Scott. And as often happens in families, the dynamics between siblings can be complicated, especially when years and life experiences separate them. Michelle was unemployed at the time, living with her boyfriend Joseph Thomas McEnroe, who worked at Target. They were a young couple trying to make their way in the world, but things weren't going as smoothly as they might have hoped. Money was tight, tensions were building, and Michelle had begun to harbor resentments about her family, particularly about her brother Scott. In Michelle's mind, her brother owed her money. She felt slighted, mistreated, overlooked by her parents and her sibling. Whether these grievances were real or imagined, fair or unfair, they had taken root in her thinking and grown into something darker. She had convinced herself that she had been wronged, and that conviction was hardening into something dangerous. December 24th, 2007 dawned cold and gray in Carnation. The forecast promised rain, typical for a Pacific Northwest winter. Inside the Anderson home, Judy was likely up early, preparing for the family gathering planned for later that day. Scott, Erica, and the children would be coming over. There would be dinner, gift exchanges, laughter, all the traditions that make Christmas special. Judy had been wrapping presents, likely in the living room where she could spread out the wrapping paper, tape, ribbons, and bows. She was probably thinking about her grandchildren, about how Olivia and Nathan would light up when they saw what Santa had brought them. Maybe she was thinking about the meal she would prepare, or the games they would play, or simply the joy of having everyone together under one roof. Wayne was somewhere in the house as well, perhaps reading the newspaper or watching television, enjoying a rare day off from Boeing. At 60, he had lived long enough to understand that these moments with family were what life was really about. Not the work, not the possessions, but these simple gatherings where love was expressed through time spent together. Neither of them could have known what was coming. Neither of them could have imagined that this Christmas Eve would be their last day on Earth. Sometime that afternoon, Michelle Anderson and Joseph McEnroe got into their pickup truck. They armed themselves before leaving. Michelle carried a gun, so did Joseph. They drove through the familiar roads of Carnation, past homes decorated with lights and wreaths, past families preparing for their own celebrations, until they reached the property where Wayne and Judy lived. The gate to the 5-acre property could be locked, but on this day it stood open. Welcoming, Michelle and Joseph drove through. They parked. They walked up to the house, weapons concealed, and they knocked on the door. Wayne and Judy had no reason to be suspicious. This was their daughter, after all, and her boyfriend, family. They opened the door and welcomed them inside, probably offering them something to drink, asking about their plans for the holiday, making small talk the way families do. But Michelle and Joseph hadn't come for Christmas cheer. They had come with a plan, a terrible plan that they had discussed and decided upon together. The details of how that plan was formed, how two people convinced each other that mass murder was an acceptable solution to their problems, remains one of the most disturbing aspects of this case. Judy returned to her gift wrapping. Joseph positioned himself nearby, making conversation, keeping her distracted. Wayne was elsewhere in the house. And Michelle made her move. She raised her gun. She aimed it at her father. She pulled the trigger, but the weapon jammed. The mechanism failed. The shot didn't fire. And in that moment of mechanical failure, any chance for Michelle to change her mind, to stop what she had started, evaporated. Joseph McEnroe didn't hesitate. He turned his gun on Wayne Anderson and fired. The Boeing engineer, the husband, the father, the grandfather fell. Then Joseph turned to Judy, who was likely still processing what was happening, still unable to comprehend that her daughter and her daughter's boyfriend were killing them. Joseph fired again. Judy Anderson, the postal worker who had brought mail and smiles to her community for years, died in her own home while wrapping Christmas presents. The house fell silent except for the ringing in Michelle and Joseph's ears from the gunshots. 2 people were dead, but the plan wasn't complete. Michelle and Joseph looked at the scene they had created. 2 bodies. Blood. The disruption of violence in a home that had been peaceful just minutes before. They couldn't leave things as they were. Scott and his family were coming. They would arrive in a few hours, expecting Christmas dinner, expecting grandparents eager to see their grandchildren. So Michelle and Joseph dragged the bodies outside. They concealed them. They returned to the house and began to clean. They wiped away blood. They straightened furniture. They tried to make everything look normal, as if nothing had happened, as if Wayne and Judy had simply stepped out for a while, and then they waited. Imagine those hours. Imagine sitting in a house where you've just committed double murder, watching the clock, knowing that more victims are on their way. Imagine the conversation, if there was any. Imagine the psychological state required to go through with what came next. Michelle and Joseph waited 2.5 hours. Outside, the winter afternoon faded toward evening. The rain that had been threatening all day may have begun to fall. Other families in Carnation were gathering for their celebrations. Children were getting more excited. Parents were reminding them to be patient, that Christmas morning would come soon enough. And at the Anderson house, 2 killers waited for more family to arrive. When Scott Anderson pulled up to his parents' house that evening, he had Erica beside him and their 2 children in the back seat. Olivia and Nathan were probably bubbling with excitement. asking if they could open presents now, if Grandma and Grandpa would have cookies, if they could play games. Scott parked the car. They gathered whatever they had brought with them. Gifts, food, extra clothes for the kids. They walked up to the house. They had no idea that their parents were already dead. Bodies hidden outside and that their killer was waiting inside. Michelle opened the door. She let them in. She probably smiled. She probably hugged her brother, her sister-in-law. She probably bent down to greet her niece and nephew. And then she picked up her gun. Michelle shot her brother multiple times. Scott fell. The man who had been her big brother for 32 years, who had shared a childhood with her, who had parents in common with her, dropped to the floor, bleeding, dying. Erica must have screamed. She must have grabbed for the children, tried to shield them, tried to understand what was happening. Michelle and Joseph both fired at her. The bullet struck her, but she didn't die immediately, wounded, perhaps driven by pure maternal instinct. Erica did something that would prove to be one of the most crucial moments in the entire case. She grabbed the cordless phone. She dialed 911. The connection went through. A dispatcher answered. For a few precious seconds, there was an open line between that house of horrors and the outside world. A chance for help to arrive, for intervention to stop what was happening. But the dispatcher couldn't understand what they were hearing. It sounded like people arguing, maybe a party that had gotten too rowdy. It was Christmas Eve, after all. People were celebrating. The audio wasn't clear enough to understand the true nature of the emergency. And Joseph McEnroe grabbed the phone from Erica's hand. He tore the batteries out. He smashed the phone on the floor, destroying any chance of another call. And then he fired the shot that killed her. 4 people were dead now. Wayne, Judy, Scott, Erica. 3 generations. But the killing wasn't over. 5-year-old Olivia had watched her parents die. 3-year-old Nathan had witnessed horrors that no child should ever see. They were traumatized, terrified, crying, and Michelle Anderson and Joseph McEnroe looked at these children, these little ones who moments before had been excited about Christmas, and they made a decision. According to their later confession, they decided the children had to die because they were witnesses. They told themselves that Olivia and Nathan would be scarred for life, having seen their parents murdered. Better, they reasoned in their twisted logic, to kill the children too. Joseph McEnroe raised his gun. He aimed at 5-year-old Olivia. He pulled the trigger. The little girl who believed in Santa Claus fell. He turned to 3-year-old Nathan, a toddler, a baby, really, and he fired again. All 6 victims had been shot in the head. The murders were methodical. Execution style. Michelle and Joseph had fired 16 shots in total, and when the gunfire stopped, the Anderson family had been erased. 3 generations gone in one afternoon and evening. The house was silent now, except for the killer's breathing. Remember that 911 call that Erica had managed to make? The dispatcher had sent it through. Police were dispatched to the Anderson property in response to the call, even though the nature of the emergency was unclear. Officers arrived at the property. They found the gate locked. Michelle had run outside immediately after Erica's call went through, securing the gate to prevent anyone from entering. The police officers looked at the locked gate, considered the unclear nature of the call that had brought them there, and made a decision that would haunt them later. They didn't investigate further. They didn't climb the gate. They didn't use their authority to enter the property. They left. If they had pressed forward, if they had climbed that gate and approached the house, they would have discovered 6 bodies. They would have found evidence of mass murder. But more importantly, based on the timeline, they might have arrived while some of the victims were still alive. Could Erica have been saved? Could the children? We'll never know. The police left, and the bodies remained undiscovered in the house where they had died. Christmas Day 2007 came and went in Carnation. Families throughout the town celebrated. Children opened presents. People ate too much, laughed too much, enjoyed their time together. Life went on for everyone except the Andersons. In their house, 6 bodies lay where they had fallen. The Christmas presents that Judy had been wrapping remained partially finished. The home that should have been filled with the sound of children's laughter held only silence. On December 26th, 2 days after the murders, Judy Anderson failed to show up for work at the post office. This wasn't like her. Judy was reliable, the kind of person who called if she was going to be late, who gave advance notice if she needed time off. When she didn't arrive and didn't call, her best friend and coworker, Linda Thiele, became worried. Linda tried calling. No answer. She waited a while thinking maybe there was a simple explanation. But as the hours passed and Judy still didn't respond, Linda's worry grew into genuine alarm. She decided to drive out to the Anderson property. When Linda arrived, she found the gate open. She drove through and approached the house. Something felt wrong. The house was too quiet. There was no movement visible through the windows. Linda walked closer. She looked through a window. What she saw made her gasp and stumble backward. Bodies. She could see bodies on the floor inside. Linda ran back to her car and called 911, her voice shaking as she tried to explain what she had seen. This time, the police didn't turn away at a locked gate. They responded in force. Officers entered the property, approached the house, and discovered the full scope of the horror. 6 people dead, multiple generations. The entire Anderson family wiped out. As the police were processing the scene, documenting the evidence, trying to understand what had happened, a pickup truck pulled up to the property. Michelle Anderson and Joseph McEnroe had returned to the scene of their crimes. It's not clear why Michelle and Joseph came back to the house while police were there. Perhaps they wanted to see the investigation. Perhaps they couldn't stay away. Perhaps some part of them wanted to be caught. Whatever their motivation, their arrival provided investigators with immediate suspects. Michelle and Joseph were brought in for questioning. Initially, they may have tried to act shocked, to play the role of grieving family members who couldn't believe what had happened. But as the interrogation continued, their stories began to fall apart. Eventually, faced with the evidence and the pressure of questioning, both Michelle Anderson and Joseph McEnroe confessed. They admitted to the murders. They described the planning, the execution, the waiting between victims, the decision to kill the children. They laid out the entire horrific sequence of events. Their motive, they claimed, was money. Michelle alleged that her brother Scott owed her money. She claimed she had been mistreated by her parents, and her brother that she had been slighted and overlooked. In her mind, these perceived wrongs justified mass murder. She and Joseph had decided that killing the family would somehow solve their financial problems. Perhaps through inheritance, perhaps through some other twisted logic that made sense only to them. But 6 people were dead, including 2 children who had nothing to do with any adult disagreements or financial issues. Olivia and Nathan had been murdered simply because they were witnesses, because Michelle and Joseph wanted to eliminate everyone who could testify against them. Michelle Kristen Anderson and Joseph Thomas McEnroe were each charged with 6 counts of first-degree murder. Given the nature of the crimes, the number of victims, the premeditation involved, and the fact that children had been killed, prosecutors announced they would seek the death penalty. The case wound its way through the legal system slowly. It would be years before either defendant faced trial. Both waived their right to appear in court for preliminary hearings. Both had confessed, but confessions can be challenged, and their attorneys worked to build whatever defense they could. In January 2014, more than 6 years after the murders, Joseph McEnroe did something unusual. He entered a confession in an attempt to avoid execution. By admitting his guilt formally, he hoped to persuade the court to spare his life and sentence him to life in prison instead of death. In December 2014, a 16-member jury was finally selected to hear the case against Joseph McEnroe. The trial began, and jurors were presented with evidence that must have been nearly unbearable to process. Crime scene photos, autopsy reports, the confession, testimony about how the murders had been carried out, how the victims had died, how the children had begged for their lives. On March 25, 2015, more than 7 years after the murders, the jury found Joseph McEnroe guilty of aggravated first-degree murder on all 6 counts. The verdict was unanimous and came relatively quickly, suggesting that the jury had little doubt about his guilt. Then came the penalty phase, where the jury had to decide whether McEnroe should be sentenced to death or to life in prison without the possibility of parole. During this phase, McEnroe testified, describing the events of that Christmas Eve in detail. He recounted heartbreaking moments, like 3-year-old Nathan's final pleas. The jury deliberated on McEnroe's fate. weighing the severity of his crimes against any mitigating factors his defense could present. In the end, on May 13, 2015, Joseph McEnroe was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He avoided the death penalty, largely due to a statewide moratorium on capital punishment that had been imposed by Washington Governor Jay Inslee. Michelle Anderson's trial came later. She was finally tried in early 2016, more than 8 years after the murders. On March 4, 2016, Michelle Anderson was found guilty of 6 counts of aggravated first-degree murder. Her conviction was separate from McEnroe's, but the evidence against her was equally damning. In April 2016, Michelle Anderson was formally sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of release. At her sentencing hearing, the judge made it clear that there was no sadder piece of evidence in the case than the reality of what she had done to her own family. The Carnation murders remain one of the most shocking crimes in Washington state history. The case raises questions that have no satisfying answers. How did 2 people convince each other to murder 6 people, including 2 young children? How does a daughter decide to kill her own parents? How does someone murder their brother, their sister-in-law, their niece and nephew? Financial problems existed. Certainly, Michelle claimed grievances against her family. But thousands of people face financial stress every day. Thousands of people feel slighted by family members. They don't resort to mass murder. There had to be something more, something darker at work in the minds of Michelle Anderson and Joseph McEnroe. Perhaps it was a folie à deux, a shared psychosis where 2 people feed each other's delusions until violence seems not only justified but necessary. Perhaps one was the primary driver, and the other went along, unable or unwilling to stand up and say no. Perhaps there were warning signs that were missed, red flags that went unnoticed until it was too late. We know from the case details that Michelle's gun had jammed when she tried to shoot her father. In that moment, there was a chance to stop. They could have left, they could have backed out, but Joseph McEnroe stepped in and killed Wayne Anderson. And from that point forward, the plan rolled forward to its terrible conclusion. The fact that police responded to Erica's 911 call but didn't press forward past the locked gate remains a painful detail. Standard procedure was followed, based on the information available. But it's impossible not to wonder what might have been different if officers had entered the property that night. Linda Thiele, Judy's friend and co-worker who discovered the bodies, has to live with what she saw. The first responders who processed the scene carry those images with them. The jurors who had to examine the evidence were traumatized by what they heard and saw. And beyond the immediate circle of people directly affected by the case, there's the broader community of Carnation. A small town where everyone knew everyone, where the Andersons had been neighbors and friends and co-workers. The sense of safety that small communities often feel was shattered by these murders. Today, Joseph McEnroe is incarcerated at the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla. He's serving his life sentence without the possibility of parole. He will die in prison, his freedom and his future taken as payment for the lives he took. Michelle Anderson is imprisoned at the Washington Correction Center for Women. She too will never be released. She will spend the rest of her life behind bars, having destroyed not only her victims but also her own future. The Anderson family home in Carnation eventually became a crime scene memorial, then just another property in a rural area. New people may live there now, unaware of or trying not to think about what happened within those walls. Wayne and Judy Anderson never got to see their grandchildren grow up. They never got to retire and enjoy their golden years together. They died in their own home, killed by their own daughter. Scott and Erica Anderson never got to raise their children, never got to see Olivia start school or Nathan grow into a young man. Their lives were cut short just as they were building their family's future. Olivia Anderson never got to grow up. She never attended first grade, never learned to ride a bike without training wheels, never experienced all the things that 5-year-olds should have the chance to experience. Nathan Anderson never got to remember his 3rd Christmas. He never got to be a big brother again, or a son celebrating his father's successes, or a grandson making memories with his grandparents. His life ended before it had barely begun. 6 people, 3 generations, wiped out in one day because 2 people decided that their perceived grievances justified murder, because 2 people chose violence over communication, death over distance, annihilation over simply walking away. True crime stories often focus on the investigation, the trial, the punishment of the perpetrators. But the real tragedy is always the victims. The Carnation murders weren't just about Michelle Anderson and Joseph McEnroe's crimes. They were about 6 lives that mattered, 6 people who were loved, 6 futures that were stolen. Wayne Anderson will never solve another engineering problem. Judy Anderson will never deliver another package or share another smile. Scott Anderson will never hug his children again. Erica Anderson's last act was trying to call for help, trying to save her family. Olivia Anderson will never grow up. Nathan Anderson will never have the chance to become whoever he might have been. This is what crime takes from us. Not just the immediate victims, but all the moments they would have had, all the joy they would have experienced, all the love they would have given and received. When we remember the Carnation murders, we should remember them not as a fascinating puzzle of human depravity, but as a reminder that every victim is a person, a loss, a hole in the world that can never be filled. On Christmas Eve, when families gather and children excitedly wait for morning, spare a thought for the Anderson family. Remember that they were simply trying to celebrate the holiday together, trying to create memories and share love, trying to do what families do. And remember that they deserve to live, to grow old, to see more Christmases come and go. That's the story of the 2007 Carnation murders. 6 lives lost on what should have been a night of celebration and joy. Tonight I want you to remember that most people are good, that most families share holidays in peace, that violence like this is the exception, not the rule. Let the tragedy of this story remind you to cherish the people you love, to resolve conflicts before they fester, and to appreciate the ordinary moments that make up a life well lived. If this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to Mr. Sleepy Crime, where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, don't forget to drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world. Or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now let's move on to our second story. Story 2. In the quiet town of Cadden, New York, where the rolling hills meet dense woodlands and neighbors know each other by name, September of 2015 brought an autumn that residents would never forget. It was a place where people felt safe enough to leave their doors unlocked, where children played outside until the streetlights came on, and where the most exciting event of the week might be a high school football game. But on the night of September 29th, something happened in one particular house that would shatter that small-town tranquility forever. The house sat tucked away from the main road, surrounded by trees that were just beginning to turn their brilliant fall colors. Inside lived 35-year-old Kelly Stage Clayton, a woman whose smile could light up a room. Her husband Thomas and their 2 young children, 7-year-old Charlie and her younger brother Colin. To anyone looking from the outside, they seemed like the picture of an American family. Thomas was a former semi-professional hockey player who had once skated for the Elmira Jackals. Kelly was a dedicated mother who poured her energy into raising her children and maintaining their home. But as is so often the case, the image presented to the world was very different from the reality behind closed doors. That Tuesday evening began like countless others. Thomas told Kelly he was heading out for his weekly poker game at a friend's house, a regular occurrence that had become part of their routine. Kelly stayed home with Charlie and Colin, going through the familiar rituals of bedtime. She tucked them in, kissed them goodnight, and settled into the quiet of the evening. The house was peaceful. The children were asleep in their beds. Everything seemed normal. But just after midnight, that peace was shattered in the most violent way imaginable. Thomas Clayton's voice came through the 911 dispatcher's line, frantic and desperate. He'd just gotten home from his poker game, he said. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. He'd walked into his house to find a scene of unimaginable horror. His wife was lying on the kitchen floor. There was blood everywhere. She wasn't breathing. She was gone. When Deputy Dean Swan arrived at the Clayton residence, his body camera captured what would become crucial evidence in the case. The footage was disturbing beyond words. Blood spattered the walls in violent arcs. The floor was covered in it. A blood trail led from the stairs down to the kitchen, where Kelly's body lay in a pool of crimson. The deputy immediately recognized this wasn't just a murder. It was a brutal, savage attack. Kelly had been beaten to death with such force that the scene looked like something from AA. The medical examiner would later determine that Kelly had died from blunt force trauma inflicted with a fiberglass maul handle. The weapon, typically used for splitting wood, had been wielded with devastating force. The attack had been so vicious that investigators found a hole punched through the sheetrock at the bottom of the stairs, evidence of the violent struggle that had taken place. Thomas Clayton appeared distraught as he spoke with investigators. He told them about his evening at the poker game, about returning home to find his wife dead. He seemed like a grieving husband, a man whose world had just collapsed. But investigators trained to look beyond initial appearances began to notice things that didn't quite add up. First, there were no signs of forced entry into the home. The doors had been locked. Windows were secure. Nothing appeared to have been taken. This wasn't a robbery. The violence seemed personal, targeted, excessive. Second, the house sat in a relatively isolated area. For a random intruder to choose this particular home, to break in and murder the woman inside with such brutality, and to leave without stealing anything seemed highly unlikely. But the real break in the case came from the most unexpected source. Little Charlie, the 7-year-old daughter who had been asleep upstairs when the attack occurred. When investigators gently interviewed Charlie, trying to determine if she had seen or heard anything that night, what she told them sent the investigation in an entirely new direction. Charlie said she had woken up during the night. She'd heard her mother scream. She'd gotten out of bed and seen a man, a bad man, she called him, in their house. When the investigators asked her to describe this person, Charlie said something that made their blood run cold. "It could have been my dad," she said. "But he looked real. He looked like my dad." When pressed about what she meant, Charlie described the assailant as having eyes like her father's. But then, in a statement that revealed the innocence and confusion of a child trying to make sense of the impossible, she added something heartbreaking. "But it couldn't have been Daddy, because then who would take care of us?" This statement became a turning point. Charlie had seen someone who looked like her father, but somehow wasn't quite right. Was it possible that Thomas Clayton had hired someone to kill his wife? Someone who might have resembled him enough that a sleepy 7-year-old in a dark house could confuse them. Investigators began digging deeper into Thomas Clayton's life, and what they found painted a very different picture from the grieving husband persona he projected. Kelly's sister believed Thomas wanted his freedom. The marriage, it turned out, had not been the happy union it appeared to be. There were tensions, arguments, growing resentment. Thomas had been living a life that didn't match his responsibilities as a husband and father, and Kelly had been the obstacle standing in the way of the freedom he craved. Then there was the matter of Thomas's alibi. He'd been at the poker game all evening, surrounded by friends who could vouch for his whereabouts when his wife was being murdered. The GPS in his car confirmed he'd been at the house where the game was held. Security cameras showed him there. It seemed airtight, but investigators discovered something curious. A woman at the poker game reported that Thomas had asked to borrow her cell phone to make a call just 90 minutes before he got home to find his wife dead. This was strange. Thomas had his own phone on him. Why would he need to borrow someone else's? The answer to that question would unravel everything. That phone call had been to a man named Michael Beard, a former employee of Thomas's. Beard was 38 years old, a man who had worked for Thomas at his used car business. On the surface, there was no obvious reason for Thomas to be calling him that night, especially using a borrowed phone when he had his own. But that call, investigators came to believe, was the trigger, the signal that set a murder plot into motion. As detectives dug into Michael Beard's background and movements on the night of September 29th, they built a timeline that was damning. They also discovered that there was a third person involved in this conspiracy, a man named Mark Blandford. The 3 men, it appeared, had hatched a plot that was as cold-blooded as it was calculated. The theory that prosecutors would eventually present was this. Thomas Clayton had hired Michael Beard to carry out a deadly hit on his wife for the sum of $10,000. Blandford had played a supporting role in the conspiracy. The plan was designed to give Thomas the perfect alibi. He would be miles away at a poker game, surrounded by witnesses, with GPS evidence placing him there, while his wife was murdered in their home. It would look like a random break-in, a terrible tragedy, and Thomas would be the grieving widower rather than the prime suspect. But they hadn't counted on a 7-year-old girl, waking up and seeing enough to plant the seed of doubt that would eventually grow into their downfall. When confronted with the mounting evidence, Michael Beard confessed to being hired by Tom Clayton to murder Kelly Clayton. The confession provided the missing pieces of the puzzle. Beard described how the plot had unfolded, how he'd entered the Clayton home in the dead of night, how he'd carried out the brutal attack with the maul handle, and how he'd expected to be paid $10,000 for ending a woman's life. But there was supposed to be more to the plan. Beard had allegedly been hired not just to kill Kelly, but also to burn down the house, presumably to destroy evidence and make the crime scene even more chaotic, for reasons that were never entirely clear. This part of the plan wasn't carried out. Perhaps Beard lost his nerve. Perhaps something interrupted him, or perhaps the murder itself had been so physically exhausting and emotionally overwhelming that he simply fled the scene without completing the job. The arrests came quickly after Beard's confession. Thomas Clayton was taken into custody, his facade of the shocked, grieving husband crumbling under the weight of evidence and testimony. Mark Blandford was arrested for his role in the conspiracy. All three men would face justice for what they'd done to Kelly Clayton. The trials were emotionally charged affairs that gripped a small community. In November of 2016, a jury found Michael Beard guilty on 1 count of first-degree murder and 2 counts of second-degree murder. The deliberations took about 7 hours, spread over 2 days. 7 hours to decide the fate of a man who had admitted to beating a mother to death in her own home while her children slept upstairs. When Michael Beard was sentenced in February of 2017, the courtroom was filled with Kelly's family members. He received life in prison without the possibility of parole, the maximum sentence allowed. He would spend the rest of his days behind bars, never again to know freedom. His life exchanged for the $10,000 he'd been promised for taking Kelly's. Thomas Clayton's trial came next, and it was even more dramatic. Here was a man who had once been a local sports hero, someone people had cheered for when he skated for the Jackals, now sitting in the defendant's chair accused of orchestrating his own wife's murder. His defense team argued that he had no involvement in the crime, pointing to his solid alibi and GPS data that confirmed he was at the poker game when Kelly was killed. They noted that he'd even passed a polygraph test. But polygraphs aren't admissible in court, and alibis can be manufactured. The prosecution had phone records, witness testimony, and most damningly, they had Michael Beard's confession directly implicating Thomas. After weeks of testimony from dozens of witnesses, after forensic experts explained the blood spatter patterns and the timeline of the murder, after jurors heard about the borrowed phone call that had set the murder into motion, they reached their verdict. Thomas Clayton was found guilty of murder. The man who had wanted his freedom, who had valued his own desires so highly that he was willing to have his children's mother killed to get them, now faced the rest of his life in prison. He too was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, the maximum sentence the court could impose. The judge made it clear that the betrayal was profound, the crime calculated, and the lack of remorse evident. Mark Blandford, the third conspirator, made a different choice. He pled guilty to manslaughter in the second degree, accepting responsibility for his role in the plot that had ended Kelly's life. His sentence was lighter than the other two, but he too would spend years behind bars, paying for his part in the conspiracy. For Kelly's family, the verdicts brought a measure of closure, though nothing could bring her back. Her sister had been right about Thomas wanting his freedom. He'd wanted it badly enough to plot murder. But the freedom he sought would forever be denied to him now. He would live out his days in a cell, aging behind bars while his children grew up without either parent. The case raised disturbing questions that lingered long after the trials ended. How does someone reach a point where murder seems like an acceptable solution to marital problems? Divorce, no matter how messy or expensive, is always an option. Counseling, separation, any number of legal pathways existed for Thomas Clayton to exit his marriage if he was truly unhappy. Instead, he chose violence. He chose to rob his children of their mother, and to traumatize them in ways that would last a lifetime. And what of Charlie, the little girl, whose testimony had helped crack the case? She had to grow up knowing that her father had orchestrated her mother's death. She had to carry the weight of being the witness whose words helped put him away. The psychological impact of that night, hearing her mother scream, seeing a man who looked like but wasn't quite her father. Finding her mother's body would be something she'd carry with her forever. Child psychologists who followed the case spoke about the long-term effects of such trauma, about the therapy and support Charlie would need for years to come. The house in Caen where it all happened stood empty for a while after the murder. Neighbors would walk by and feel a chill, knowing what had occurred within those walls. Eventually someone would buy it, trying to make a home in a place where such darkness had unfolded. But in a small town, people remember. They remember Kelly Clayton, the vibrant woman who had her life stolen from her. They remember the night the police cars and ambulances descended on that quiet street. They remember when they learned that it wasn't a random crime, but something far worse. A husband who had hired a killer. A betrayal of the deepest kind. The murder weapon, that fiberglass maul handle, became a symbol of the brutality of the crime. It wasn't a gun fired from a distance, quick and impersonal. It was an implement that required strength and sustained violence. Swing after swing, close enough to see the person you were killing, close enough to be spattered with their blood. Michael Beard had looked into Kelly Clayton's face and chosen to continue striking her until she stopped moving. That kind of violence speaks to something beyond mere criminal intent. It speaks to a coldness, a willingness to be the instrument of another man's murderous desire for the right price. The $10,000 that Thomas had promised Michael Beard was never paid. Once the murder was done and the investigation began heating up, there was no exchange of blood money. Beard had destroyed a life, traumatized children, and torn apart a family for a payment that never came. In a twisted way, he'd been betrayed by the man who hired him, though neither deserved any sympathy. They had both made their choices, and those choices led them to prison cells where they would remain until they died. As the years passed and the case faded from headlines, it remained a cautionary tale about appearances and reality. To their community, Thomas and Kelly Clayton had looked like just another family. No one suspected that behind that facade, Thomas was capable of such calculated evil. It's a reminder that we never truly know what happens behind closed doors. What darkness might lurk in someone's heart. What they might be capable of when they feel trapped or resentful or desperate for a different life. Kelly Clayton's grave became a place where those who knew her could remember the person she'd been before that September night. They remembered her laughter, her dedication to her children, the way she'd light up a room. They tried not to focus on the violence of her death, but on the life she'd lived. But it was impossible to separate the two entirely. The manner of her death was so shocking, so brutal, that it became inseparable from her story. The case also highlighted the unexpected role that children can play in criminal investigations. Charlie's testimony was crucial, but it came at an enormous cost to her own innocence and sense of safety. Investigators and prosecutors had to balance the need for her evidence against the trauma of having her relive that night, of asking a child to testify about her own father's involvement in her mother's death. It was a delicate balance, one that legal and psychological experts continue to debate in cases like this. For the detectives who worked the case, it was one they would never forget. Deputy Swan, whose body camera had captured the horrific crime scene, spoke later about the impact it had on him. Veteran law enforcement officers, people who've seen terrible things in their careers, were shaken by the savagery of what had been done to Kelly. The blood spatter patterns told the story of a prolonged, violent attack, not a quick murder, but a sustained beating that spoke to rage or determination or both. The fact that Thomas Clayton had maintained his innocence throughout, that he'd looked investigators in the eye and proclaimed he had nothing to do with his wife's death even as the evidence mounted against him, added another layer of disturbing calculation to the case. He was willing to let his children believe they'd lost their mother to a random intruder. He was willing to accept their sympathy and their grief even as he knew he'd orchestrated the very crime that had destroyed their family. That level of deception, of cold manipulation, was perhaps even more chilling than the violence itself. Michael Beard's willingness to kill a stranger for money revealed a different kind of moral emptiness. He hadn't known Kelly Clayton. She'd done nothing to him. She was simply a target, a job, a means to an easy $10,000. The fact that she was a mother, that her children were sleeping upstairs, that she was a human being with thoughts and feelings and people who loved her, none of that mattered to him in the moment. He'd reduced her to an obstacle to be eliminated, and he'd done it with shocking brutality. Mark Blandford's role, while less central than the other two, still made him complicit in murder. Whatever he'd done to assist in the plot, whatever knowledge he'd had and failed to act on, made him party to Kelly's death. His guilty plea suggested he understood the gravity of what they'd done, but it came too late to save Kelly or to prevent the trauma inflicted on her children. The community of K-Down struggled to process what had happened in their midst. It's one thing to read about murders in distant cities or to watch them dramatized on television. It's quite another to have it happen on your street, to someone you might have waved to at the grocery store, to someone whose children might have played with yours. The sense of safety that small towns pride themselves on was shattered. People started locking their doors more carefully, looking at their neighbors with new suspicion, wondering what other dark secrets might be hiding behind friendly facades. But gradually, as it always does, life went on. The intense media attention faded. The news crews packed up their equipment and moved on to other tragedies. The trial spectators found other topics to discuss. And slowly, painfully, Kelly's family began the long process of healing and rebuilding. Of trying to find a way forward without her. Of trying to help her children cope with the unimaginable loss and betrayal they'd experienced. The case of Kelly Clayton serves as a stark reminder that evil doesn't always announce itself with obvious signs. Thomas Clayton hadn't been a monster in every aspect of his life. He'd been a hockey player, a businessman, someone with friends who'd welcomed him to their poker games. But when faced with a marriage he wanted to escape, rather than taking the legal and moral path, he'd chosen murder. And that choice revealed what he truly was beneath the surface. Someone capable of the ultimate betrayal. Someone who valued his own desires above his wife's life and his children's well-being. As the hours of the night wear on and the story comes to its close, we're left with the haunting image of that house in the woods. The house where a mother was murdered while her children slept. The house where a conspiracy came to its violent conclusion. The house that stood as a monument to betrayal and violence. We're left thinking about Kelly Clayton, who went to bed that September night having no idea it would be her last, who died violently in her own home at the hands of a stranger hired by the man she'd married. We're left thinking about Charlie, waking to her mother's screams, seeing a man who looked like her father but couldn't be, because surely her daddy wouldn't hurt them. We're left contemplating the depths of human capacity for both love and violence, for both loyalty and betrayal. And as you drift off to sleep in the safety of your own home, perhaps you'll spare a thought for Kelly Clayton, for the life she lived and the life that was stolen from her, for the children who lost their mother, and for the reminder that sometimes the greatest dangers come not from strangers in the night, but from those we trust most. The case remains a stark reminder that justice, when it finally comes, cannot undo the harm that's been done. It cannot bring back the dead. It cannot erase trauma. It can only ensure that those responsible pay a price for their actions. And in this case, that price was 3 men spending the rest of their lives behind bars. Their freedom, the very thing Thomas Clayton had wanted so desperately, permanently taken away. Please, if you're still awake, drop a candle. I want to see who's still with me. Also, don't forget to tell me where you're listening from, the time in your corner of the world, and maybe share one thing you've learned from tonight's stories. Meanwhile, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. There are certain places that should feel safe. A home should be a sanctuary. A place where you can let your guard down. Where you can plan for tomorrow without fear. For Tiffany Morrison, a 34-year-old mother of 3 living in Liverpool Township, Ohio. Her home on Shadyside Road should have been that place. But in the final days before Christmas in 2023, that home became something else entirely. This is a story about a woman who tried to leave. About a marriage that had slowly crumbled under the weight of resentment and control. About a mother who worked long hours, did the laundry, made the dinners, drove the kids from place to place, and was told it was never enough. And it's about what happened when she finally said those simple words. I'm done. Tiffany Morrison wasn't asking for much. That's what made everything that followed so heartbreaking. She wasn't looking for luxury or escape or some grand adventure. She just wanted to be appreciated. She wanted to move on. She wanted to be civil. In mid-December, just 4 days before her death, Tiffany sent a text message to someone close to her. In that message, she laid out everything she'd been feeling. The exhaustion. The sense that no matter what she did, it would never be good enough for Christopher, her husband of many years and the father of her 3 children. I'm tired of being unappreciated and spoken down to, she wrote. The message painted a picture of a life many people would recognize. Long hours at work, then coming home to handle everything else. The laundry that never ended. The constant shuttling of kids from one activity to another. The dinner that had to be made. The household that had to run. And through it all, a husband who seemed to see her efforts not as dedication, but as obligation. Not as love, but as simply what was expected. I honestly tried, she wrote. But I'm done. Tiffany told the person she was texting that she wanted to get her own place. She wanted to see her kids fairly. She wasn't trying to abandon them. She wasn't trying to take them away from their father. She just wanted out of a marriage that had become suffocating. She wanted to move forward with her life, and hoped they could remain civil for the sake of their children, who were 9, 13, and 14 years old. What Tiffany couldn't have known as she typed those words was that Christopher Morrison wasn't the kind of man who accepted being left. Prosecutors would later describe him as a narcissist, someone who wanted things his way, always. He'd been using financial roadblocks to try to keep her trapped. He'd been trying to turn their children against her, planting seeds of doubt, painting her as the problem. And when all of that manipulation didn't work, when it became clear that Tiffany was serious about leaving, Christopher Morrison made a decision. If he couldn't have her, no one would. December 18th, 2023, 7 days before Christmas. The house on Shadyside Road looked like any other house in Liverpool Township that time of year. Holiday decorations, the promise of family gatherings, children counting down the days until presents under the tree. Inside that house, in the basement bathroom, Christopher Morrison shot his wife in the head while she stood in the shower. The act itself was quick, brutal, efficient. Tiffany Morrison, 34 years old, mother of 3, a woman who just wanted to be appreciated and to move on with her life, was dead. The sound of the gunshot echoed off the tile, and then there was silence. Christopher Morrison looked at what he'd done. He saw the hole in the shower wall where the bullet had passed through. She saw his wife's body, and his first thought, according to what investigators would later piece together, wasn't remorse. It wasn't what have I done. It wasn't the horror of taking the life of the mother of his children. His first thought was, how do I get away with this? He got to work. He tried to patch the bullet hole in the shower with caulk, trying to cover up the evidence of what had happened. He placed a hook over the spot, hoping no one would look too closely. Then he turned his attention to Tiffany's body. He couldn't leave her there. He needed time. Time to think. Time to figure out what story he would tell. Time to make this look like something other than what it was. So he moved her body to the shed outside. That old shed on the property where tools and lawn equipment were kept. Where no one had any reason to go during the middle of winter. It would do for now. Here's where the story becomes even more chilling. Because Christopher Morrison didn't panic. He didn't break down. He didn't confess. Instead, he did something that speaks to a particular kind of coldness. A particular kind of calculation. He went on with his life. He took care of the kids. He went about his daily routine, and he posted on social media, describing himself as single now, writing about what he wanted for Christmas for his family. He spoke to neighbors, he interacted with friends, and when people asked where Tiffany was, he had his answer ready. He didn't know she'd left. She'd abandoned the family. He spoke ill of her. He belittled her. He told the children bad things about their mother, reinforcing the narrative he'd been building even before her death. That she was the problem. That she was the one who didn't care about the family. That she was the one who walked away. All the while, Tiffany's body lay in the shed, wrapped in darkness, hidden from the world. But Christopher Morrison knew he had a problem. The body couldn't stay there forever. Eventually, someone would come looking. Eventually, someone would ask questions he couldn't answer. So on the morning of December 20th, 2 days after he killed his wife, Christopher Morrison went shopping. At 9:03 in the morning, security footage captured him walking into a Harbor Freight store in a plaza in Steubenville. He purchased a sawzall, a reciprocating saw, the kind of tool used for demolition work, for cutting through tough materials. 20 minutes later, at 9:23, a receipt from Pet Supplies Plus in the same plaza showed he made another purchase, likely to establish an alibi, to make his morning look normal, just a man running errands. He also stopped at Walmart. There he bought rubbing alcohol, trash bags, and paper towels, cleaning supplies, tools of concealment. When he returned home, he went to the shed. He brought the sawzall, he brought the trash bags, and he dismembered Tiffany Morrison's body. He placed her remains in 6 garbage bags. He placed the sawzall and its blades in a 7th bag. Then he rolled everything up in a carpet, covered it with a blue tarp, and placed a new lock on the shed door. And then he waited. Christopher Morrison made one crucial mistake. In the aftermath of killing his wife, in those strange, surreal hours when the weight of what he'd done must have been pressing down on him, he needed to tell someone. Maybe it was guilt. Maybe it was the simple human need to confess. Maybe he thought this person would understand, would help him, would keep his secret. He told a close friend what he'd done. He admitted that he'd shot Tiffany inside their Shadyside Road residence. He said he'd moved the body to the shed outside. We don't know exactly how that conversation went. We don't know if the friend tried to talk him into turning himself in, or if the friend simply listened in stunned silence. What we do know is that the friend made a decision. On the morning of December 20th, that friend contacted the Liverpool Township Police Department. The phone call changed everything. Police immediately began moving. Chief Jared Kinnaman and Sergeant Detective Robert Ramsey coordinated with the Columbiana County Major Crimes Task Force, bringing together resources from multiple agencies: the County Sheriff's Office, Salem Police, East Palestine Police. They secured a search warrant for the Shadyside Road property and began watching the house. Christopher Morrison had no idea the walls were closing in. That morning, as he went about his routine, as he moved through the house where he'd killed his wife just 2 days earlier, police were preparing to execute their warrant. But first, they needed to get him away from the children. When Christopher Morrison left the house, Chief Kinnaman initiated a traffic stop. Morrison was pulled over and detained. Police found a 9mm handgun on him. With Morrison in custody, the search of the property began. The team of investigators moved through the house methodically. They knew what they were looking for. The friend had told them about the basement bathroom, about the shooting in the shower. They made their way downstairs. There in the bathroom, they found the patch job Christopher Morrison had attempted. The caul covering the bullet hole. The hook placed strategically over the spot. They carefully removed the covering and found exactly what they were looking for. The hole in the wall, and behind it, the bullet that had killed Tiffany Morrison. Then they turned their attention to the shed outside. When they opened the door, they found the carpet roll covered with the blue tarp. They unwrapped it carefully, documenting everything. Inside were 7 garbage bags. 6 of them contained Tiffany Morrison's dismembered remains. The 7th contained the sawzall, the blade still attached, and the box it had come from, the receipt, the tool, the garbage bags, the rubbing alcohol, the paper towels, the new lock. Every piece of evidence told the same story. This was calculated. This was covered up. This was a man who thought he could get away with murder. Once Christopher Morrison was in custody, police brought him in for questioning. They had him on video, that interview captured for posterity, and what that video showed was chilling in its coldness. Morrison claimed he didn't know where his wife was. He played the role of the confused husband, the man whose wife had simply walked out on him and the kids. He spoke ill of Tiffany, continuing the narrative he'd been building. She was the bad one. She was the one who abandoned the family. Even confronted with evidence, even knowing the police had searched the property, he maintained his story. There was no breakdown, no confession, just deflection and denial. But the evidence didn't lie. The bullet hole, the projectile, the receipts matching the sawzall found in the shed, the video footage from Walmart and Harbor Freight, the timeline that placed him at those stores the morning of December 20th, just hours before police would discover Tiffany's remains. The new lock on the shed, the garbage bags that matched the ones he'd purchased. It was all there. A complete picture of premeditated murder and attempted cover-up. Christopher Morrison was charged with aggravated murder. Murder, gross abuse of a corpse, tampering with evidence, possessing criminal tools, and a firearm specification. His bond was set at $1.5 million. He wasn't going anywhere. At first, Christopher Morrison maintained his innocence. On January 31st, 2024, he appeared at his arraignment in Columbiana County Common Pleas Court and entered a plea of not guilty to all charges. His defense attorneys began preparing for what would be a lengthy trial. The case moved slowly through the system. The trial date was set for September 17th, 2024. The prosecution, led by County Chief Assistant Prosecutor Ryan Weikart and Assistant Prosecutor Steve Yakavone, built their case. The defense, led by attorney Terry Grenga, explored their options. But then, in a development that likely surprised many who had been following the case, Christopher Morrison changed his plea. On August 30th, 2024, he stood before the court and pleaded guilty to all 6 counts against him. When asked how he pleaded, he said one word: guilty. He admitted that he killed his wife Tiffany on December 18, 2023. He admitted that he used a gun to commit the murder. He admitted that he tampered with evidence. He admitted that he abused the corpse. In a particularly stark moment during a court hearing, prosecutors confronted him directly. "So you knew where she was? You shot her, chopped her up, and left her in the shed?" Morrison replied, "Yes." The guilty plea meant there would be no trial. No jury would hear the details of Tiffany's final moments. Her 3 children wouldn't have to sit through testimony about how their father killed their mother. The family wouldn't have to endure months of proceedings. But it also meant they would never hear a full explanation. Never understand what was going through Christopher Morrison's mind in those moments when he made the decision to kill the mother of his children. Never hear him truly take responsibility beyond that single word, guilty. September 17th, 2024. Nearly 10 months after Tiffany Morrison's murder, the courtroom in Lisbon, Ohio, filled with people who loved Tiffany and people who sought justice for what had been done to her. Columbiana County Common Pleas Court Judge Megan Bickerton presided over the sentencing hearing. Christopher Morrison, now 35 years old, sat with his defense attorneys. And across the courtroom were members of Tiffany's family, there to make sure the court understood what had been lost. Ruth Molly, Tiffany's mother, stood to address the court. What she said painted a picture of a family shattered by violence, of a grandmother living in fear, of children who would grow up without their mother. "My daughter was trying to get away from this monster," Ruth told the judge. She described how her life fell apart when she learned what happened to her daughter, how Tiffany had been shot by the man who was supposed to love and protect her, how he had stuffed her remains into garbage bags and left her to rot in a shed. She talked about Christopher Morrison's behavior after the murder, how he continued posting on social media, describing himself as single, writing about Christmas wishes for his family, all while Tiffany's body decomposed just yards away. "He took his children's mother," Ruth said, "and their lives will forever be changed." She listed all the moments Tiffany would miss. Formal dances, high school graduations, walking her children down the aisle at their weddings, holding her grandchildren. Every Christmas, every birthday, every holiday, all of it gone because Christopher Morrison decided that if she wanted to leave him, she wouldn't leave at all. Ruth Malley told the court she feared for her grandchildren, who still lived in the Shadyside Roadhouse with their paternal grandmother. She feared for herself and all of her family. "Every time I pull up to that house, I envision what he did to my daughter. My heart is heavy," she said. She asked for the death penalty. Failing that, she asked for life in prison, and for Christopher Morrison to never see his children again. She asked for justice for her daughter. Judge Bickerton expressed sympathy for the family. "I am so sorry for your loss. I hope this small amount of closure can bring you peace." But prosecutor Ryan Weichart spoke about the nature of the crime. "This was domestic violence," he said. "This was about control. Christopher Morrison was a narcissist who wanted things his way. When Tiffany decided to leave, when she wrote that text saying, 'I'm done,' he couldn't accept it." Weichart read Tiffany's words aloud in the courtroom. Her message from December 14th, just 4 days before her death. "I think Tiffany should have the last word," he said. He read her descriptions of feeling unappreciated, of working long hours, and then coming home to do everything else, of never being enough, of wanting her own place, of wanting to see her kids fairly, of wanting to move on and be civil. "I just want to move on and be civil," Tiffany had written. Those words hung in the air of the courtroom, a ghost of intentions that would never be realized. Defense attorney Terry Grenga stood and asked the judge to follow the agreed-upon sentencing recommendation that had been negotiated as part of the guilty plea. "What we know is we can't bring back time. My client is extremely remorseful for what has happened," she said, calling it a tragic situation. She acknowledged that Tiffany wanted to leave her client, that she wanted time with her children and to start a new life. That never occurred. Then Christopher Morrison himself spoke. His statement was brief. "I'm very sorry for the things that have happened," he said. "I let all common sense and reason leave me. I still loved my wife. She was my everything. I'll be sorry for this until my last breath." Judge Bickerton looked at him as he spoke. When he finished, she addressed him directly. She said maybe he was genuinely remorseful, but she didn't know. What she did know was what she'd seen on that videotaped police interview. How he'd claimed he didn't know where his wife was, how he'd belittled her. how he'd told his children bad things about her, how he'd spoken ill of her, even as her body lay in the shed outside their home. "Is that how you treat people you love?" the judge asked. She noted that his thought after killing Tiffany wasn't "what did I do?" but "how do I get away with it?" She agreed with the prosecution that he was a narcissist, someone for whom control mattered more than love, more than the life of the woman he claimed to cherish. Judge Bickerton handed down the sentence: life in prison with parole eligibility and 25 years for the aggravated murder charge. An additional mandatory 3 years for the firearm specification. 12 months each for 2 counts of tampering with evidence. 12 months for gross abuse of a corpse. The possessing criminal tools charge would be served concurrently. In total, 25 years to life. Christopher Morrison would be eligible for parole in the year 2050. He would be 60 years old. His children would be in their 30s and 40s. Tiffany would have been 59, likely a grandmother, living the life she never got to start. Judge Bickerton also designated Christopher Morrison as a violent offender. If he ever does get out of prison, he'll have to register with law enforcement. They'll need to know his address, his place of employment, his license plates. He'll be monitored for the rest of his life. Morrison received credit for 273 days already served in jail. He'd been behind bars since December 20th, 2023. The day police found Tiffany's remains. After the sentencing, Prosecutor Wakehart spoke to the press. He thanked the Liverpool Township Police Department, particularly Chief Jared Kennemond and Detective Robert Ramsey. He thanked the Major Crimes Task Force, the County Sheriff's Office, Salem Police, East Palestine Police, the Special Response Team. "Without their hard work, we'd never get this resolved," he said. He expressed satisfaction with the outcome, noting that the resolution provided closure without forcing the family to endure a trial. There would be no appeal since the sentence was jointly recommended. "I'm confident the defendant's going to spend the rest of his life in prison," Wakehart said. He also spoke about Tiffany's children. At the time of their mother's death, they were 9, 13, and 14. Now they were 10, 14, and 15. Growing up without their mother, living with the knowledge of how she died and who killed her. "I feel for them and I really pray that those kids get the counseling and support they need going forward," Wakehart said. County Prosecutor Vito Abruzino issued a press release noting that Morrison's parole hearing eligibility wouldn't occur until 2050. He credited the thorough investigation that resulted in a conviction on all counts of the indictment. The Columbiana County Major Crimes Task Force is a critical tool in bringing to bear all possible resources of the county and state to help solve violent crime, Abruzino said. "Since 2021, when activated to assist in a case, we have a 100% conviction rate." The case was closed. Christopher Morrison would spend the next quarter century at minimum behind bars. Tiffany Morrison was laid to rest, her grave a place where her mother and children could visit, where they could remember her as she was before December 18th, 2023. The house on Shadyside Road still stands. The basement bathroom where Tiffany died, the shower where a bullet hole was patched with caulk, the shed where her body was hidden in garbage bags, all of it still there. Physical reminders of what happened. Tiffany's mother still has to go to that house to pick up her grandchildren. Every time she pulls up to the curb, she sees the place where her daughter spent her final moments, where she tried to leave and was stopped permanently. Ruth Malley's heart remains heavy. The children are growing up. They're in school, making friends, playing sports, doing all the things children do, but they're doing it without their mother. They'll go to formal dances without her there to take pictures. They'll graduate without her in the audience. They'll get married without her walking down the aisle. They'll have children without her becoming a grandmother. All because on December 18th, 2023, their father decided that if he couldn't have their mother, no one would. This case is a reminder of something we often forget. The most dangerous time for someone in an abusive or controlling relationship is when they try to leave. Statistically, that's when violence escalates. That's when control turns to rage. That's when a partner decides that if they can't have control, they'll have finality. Tiffany Morrison wasn't asking for much. She wanted to be appreciated. She wanted to move on. She wanted to be civil. She wanted her own place and time with her children. She sent a text message 4 days before she died saying, "I honestly tried, but I'm done." Those words cost her everything. If you or someone you know is in a controlling or abusive relationship, please reach out for help. The National Domestic Violence Hotline is available 24 hours a day at 1-800-799-7233. Safety planning, especially around leaving, can save lives. Tiffany Morrison's story ended in a shed behind her house. Her remains in garbage bags. But her memory lives on in her children, in her mother, in everyone who knew and loved her. She was more than how she died. She was a woman who worked hard, who loved her children, who wanted a better life. She deserved better than what she got. She deserved to move on. She deserved to be civil. She deserved to live. Rest in peace, Tiffany Morrison. So if you're still awake, I'd like to know which of tonight's stories gave you chills the most. Was it the first story, the second, or the third? Meanwhile, let's move on to our fourth story. Story 4. In the quiet suburbs of Gresham, Oregon, just outside Portland, there was a small apartment complex where life moved at its own unhurried pace. The kind of place where neighbors heard each other through thin walls, but mostly kept to themselves. Where single mothers worked long hours and tried to build something better for their children. Where dreams were modest but fiercely protected. This is where Anastasia Hester lived. Her friends called her Anne, sometimes Annie. She was 34 years old in the summer of 2016, a single mother doing everything she could to provide for her young daughter. She worked at a call center in downtown Portland, the kind of job that required patience and persistence, dealing with frustrated customers day after day. It wasn't glamorous work, but it paid the bills. It kept a roof over their heads. Anne's apartment was small, just one room really, but she kept it tidy, kept it clean. She'd been through a difficult divorce 4 years earlier, and she was still rebuilding, still trying to find her footing as a single parent. But those who knew her said she was determined. She loved her daughter fiercely. Everything she did, every decision she made, revolved around that little girl. To understand what happened to Anne on that terrible night in June, we need to go back further. We need to understand where her story really began. Anne was born Anastasia Diane Holmes in 1981. She grew up right there in Gresham, raised by her mother and stepfather after her biological father died when she was a teenager. Loss came early to Anne's life. It shaped her in ways both visible and invisible. She learned to hold on tight to the people she loved. She learned that nothing was guaranteed. In her 20s, Anne discovered a passion for tabletop role-playing games. Not the video game kind, but the old-fashioned sort where people gather around a table with dice and character sheets and imagination. She'd spend hours at a local gaming shop in Gresham, losing herself in fantasy worlds where dragons could be slain and heroes always won in the end. It was an escape, but more than that, it was a community, a place where she belonged. That's where she met Matthew James Keone Hester. Matt was also a gaming enthusiast, and they connected over their shared love of these elaborate fantasy worlds. They started dating. For Anne, it felt like she'd found her partner, her person, someone who understood her quirks and appreciated her interests. They married in 2008, and for a while things seemed good. They seemed right. In November 2011, their daughter was born. Anne had always wanted to be a mother, and she threw herself into it completely. She wanted to be a stay-at-home parent, to be there for every milestone, every moment. Her friend Brian Morgenstern would later say that Anne truly loved Matt. But when they got married, Anne fully believed they would be together for the rest of their lives. But marriages are complicated things. People are complicated things. And sometimes what looks solid on the surface is already cracking underneath. Anne and Matt's marriage began to unravel in ways that were painful and messy. They tried an open relationship, attempting to salvage something by rewriting the rules. It was an agreement built on honesty, or at least that was the idea. They would see other people, but they would be truthful about it. They would communicate. They would make it work somehow. It didn't work. Anne discovered that Matt had been unfaithful, that he'd broken the rules they'd established together. The betrayal cut deep. Not just the infidelity itself, but the dishonesty that came with it. Trust, once broken, is difficult to repair. Anne's friend James Morgenstern remembered how Anne had found out about at least one affair that violated their agreement. And that's when she started seriously talking about divorce. The marriage officially ended in 2012. Anne got full custody of their daughter, and Matt was granted scheduled weekend visitations. Now Anne was on her own, truly on her own, navigating single motherhood. while working full-time. She moved into that small one-room apartment with her daughter. Money was tight. It was always tight. She struggled to make ends meet, and the child support payments from Matt were sporadic at best. He kept losing jobs, kept falling behind on what he owed. But Anne managed. She always managed. She got up every morning, got her daughter ready, went to work, came home, made dinner, helped with homework, tucked her in at night. It was exhausting, but it was hers. This life she was building, piece by piece. Meanwhile, Matt's life was taking a different turn. After the divorce, Matt needed a place to live, and needed help with rent. He took in a roommate, a single mother named Angela Rose McCraw. Angela had 3 children of her own, and was also navigating the choppy waters of single parenthood. She'd recently divorced her husband, Aaron McCraw, under circumstances that would later prove significant to our story. Angela's ex-husband, Aaron, would eventually reveal something troubling about his former wife. He'd tell investigators that their marriage had fallen apart largely because of Angela's obsession with her children's health, or rather, with diagnosing them with various conditions. According to Aaron, Angela was convinced that their children suffered from a litany of disorders: OCD, bipolar disorder, autism. She insisted they needed medications, treatments, interventions. Aaron had grown concerned that Angela was unnecessarily medicating their children, giving them drugs they didn't actually need. The divorce, he said, came down to protecting his kids from what he believed was harm disguised as care. This pattern, this obsession with finding illness where perhaps none existed, would become important later. When Angela moved in with Matt as a roommate, the arrangement didn't stay platonic for long. Within a month, they'd begun a romantic relationship. By 2014, just 2 years after Matt's divorce from Anne was finalized, Matt and Angela were married. Suddenly, Matt wasn't just a weekend father. He had a wife again, and a full household with Angela's 3 children and his own daughter on the weekends. And that's when things started to get complicated. Matt began petitioning the court for more time with his daughter, more visitation, different arrangements. Anne had hoped, truly hoped, that she and Matt could maintain at least a civil relationship for their daughter's sake. Her friend Brian Morgenstern remembered how much Anne wanted to co-parent effectively, to communicate like adults, to put their child first. But that's not what happened. Instead, there was tension. There were disagreements. There was a growing animosity that seemed to center around Angela, because Angela had her own ideas about Matt's daughter. Angela had decided, based on her own observations and her own convictions, that the little girl suffered from bipolar disorder. She was convinced of it. She talked about it. She wanted the child evaluated, medicated, treated. Anne vehemently disagreed. She knew her daughter. She lived with her every day. And she didn't see what Angela claimed to see. More than that, Anne suspected something darker. She thought Angela wanted to diagnose her daughter with a disability not out of genuine concern, but for financial gain. You see, Angela's own children received government disability benefits. Social Security payments came in regularly because of their diagnosed conditions. Matt and Angela lived almost entirely on these benefits, surviving on the monthly checks that came because the children were deemed disabled. According to Detective Aaron Turnage, who would later investigate the case, Matt had actually explained to people that he lived off the proceeds of his kids' disabilities. It was their household income, their lifeline. And if Matt's daughter could be diagnosed with a significant disorder like bipolar, well, that would mean more money, more government assistance, more monthly checks to help support their struggling household. Anne wasn't about to let that happen. She fought back. She refused to have her daughter labeled and medicated for a condition she didn't believe existed. And that refusal set off a legal battle that would consume the next few years of her life. In late 2015 or early 2016, Matt and Angela filed for full custody of Anne's daughter. They claimed Anne was an unfit mother. They painted a picture of a woman who couldn't properly care for her child, who was neglectful, who wasn't providing a suitable home environment. Anne had to fight. She had to prove she was a good mother, that she was doing right by her daughter. She worked with lawyers, gathered evidence, showed up to court hearings. It was expensive. It was emotionally draining. It consumed her life. The irony was striking. Anne worked full-time at a legitimate job. She kept her small apartment clean and organized. Her daughter was well cared for, well fed, attended school regularly. Meanwhile, Matt and Angela's home was reportedly in squalor. They had no regular employment. They lived entirely on government assistance tied to disability claims for their children. Yet they had the audacity to call Anne unfit. The custody battle dragged on for months. Legal bills piled up. Anne was stressed, exhausted, worried, but she kept fighting because that's what mothers do. They fight for their children. Finally, in May 2016, a judge made a decision. The court awarded Anne full custody of her daughter, complete custody. But more than that, the judge ordered Matt to pay $13,140 in back child support. Money he'd owed for years but never paid. On top of that, he was ordered to pay $29,000 in Anne's legal bills, the cost she'd incurred defending herself against the unfounded accusations. It was a total vindication of Anne. As a mother, the court had seen through the claims, had recognized what was really happening. Anne had won, but winning came with a price. Matt and Angela were now on the hook for over $42,000. Money they didn't have. Money they'd never be able to pay, not with their current lifestyle. Not with their dependence on disability checks that barely covered their basic needs. For Anne, the custody decision meant relief. Security. She could breathe again. Her daughter was safe. Their life could move forward. For Matt and Angela, it meant something else entirely. It meant debt. It meant defeat. It meant their plan had failed. And then just a few weeks later, on the night of June 9th, 2016, something terrible happened. It was late, after 11 o'clock at night. Anne's daughter wasn't home. She was with Matt for a scheduled weekend visitation. Anne was alone in the apartment, likely getting ready for bed. It had been a long week. She was tired. She probably thought about her daughter, hoped she was having a good time with her father, planned to pick her up in a day or two. The apartment was quiet. The complex was quiet. Outside, the Oregon night was cool and dark. Someone removed the air conditioning unit from Anne's window. It wasn't particularly difficult. These window units can be taken out from the outside if you know what you're doing. If you're determined. If you don't care about being quiet or careful. A cinder block was later found nearby, possibly used to help with the removal or to climb up to the window. And then someone entered Anne's apartment through that window. Anne was in bed when it started. The first stab came without warning. Then another, and another. The attack was frenzied, brutal, relentless. Whoever wielded that knife wanted Anne dead. There was no question about it. This wasn't a robbery gone wrong. This wasn't a burglary interrupted. This was murder, plain and deliberate. Anne fought. Of course she fought. She was a mother. She had a daughter to live for. She tried to get away, tried to make it to the front door, tried to escape. But her attacker followed. The stabbing continued in different parts of the apartments. Blood spattered the wall. Multiple knives were used as blades broke or bent from the force of the assault. Neighbors later reported hearing screaming. The first screams came around 11:15 p.m. But no one called the police. Maybe they thought it was a television. Maybe they didn't want to get involved. Maybe they told themselves it wasn't their business. The attack went on for hours. Think about that. Hours. The pain Anne must have endured. The terror, the desperate hope that someone would help, that someone would hear, that someone would care enough to call for help. Finally, at 2:59 a.m., nearly 4 hours after the first screams, Anne managed to call 911 herself. Her voice on that recording is haunting. She's gasping, struggling to speak. She tells the operator that someone tried to kill her, that she's been stabbed. When asked where she was stabbed, she responds, "All over. Oh God." First responders arrived within minutes. But 4 hours is a long time to bleed. A long time to suffer. Anne was rushed to a nearby hospital, but she'd lost too much blood. Her injuries were too severe. She was pronounced dead shortly after arrival. The medical examiner's report was devastating. Anne had been stabbed over 60 times. 60 times. The wounds ranged in depth from half an inch to 8 inches. The knives had pierced all her vital organs. The attack had been sustained and savage. The violence was almost incomprehensible. Detective Aaron Turnage would later say there weren't words to describe the level of brutality inflicted on Anne that night. When detectives arrived at the crime scene, they immediately noticed something important. Anne lived with a child. Where was that child? Panic set in as they tried to locate the little girl, worried about what they might find. They soon learned that Anne's daughter was with her father, Matt, for a scheduled weekend visitation. He'd picked her up the day before. The little girl was safe, at least physically. She hadn't witnessed what happened to her mother. Investigators began processing the scene. They found the removed air conditioning unit. They found the cinder block outside. Inside the apartment, they discovered several bloody knives, evidence of the multiple weapons used in the attack. And on the floor, they found something crucial, a bloody boot print. The tread pattern was clear, preserved in Anne's blood. Blood spatter analysis told them that Anne had been attacked first while lying in bed. She'd tried to flee, made it partway across the apartment toward the door, and was attacked again. The scene spoke of desperation and pursuit. Neighbors were interviewed. Several confirmed they'd heard screaming, but hadn't seen anything suspicious. No one had witnessed anyone entering or leaving the building around the time of the attack. No one had called for help until Anne made that final desperate 911 call herself. Detectives had to consider who would want Anne dead. Who had motive? Who had opportunity? Who had reason to want her gone? The answer seemed obvious. Matt Hester, her ex-husband, the man who now owed her over $40,000. The man who'd just lost a custody battle. The man whose life had been upended by that recent court decision. Matt and Angela agreed to come in for police interviews. They wanted to cooperate, they said. They wanted to help. Matt's story was simple. He'd been home the entire night, playing games with Angela and the kids. Just a normal evening at their house. He had no idea what had happened to Anne. He certainly had no reason to want her dead. The custody thing was unfortunate, yes, but he'd accepted the court's decision. He was moving on. As for motive, well, Matt claimed there wasn't any. Yes, he owed money, but that wasn't worth killing someone over. People had debts all the time. It didn't make them murderers. But then detectives received security camera footage from Anne's apartment complex. The video clearly showed a car matching the description of Matt and Angela's vehicle at the complex on the night of the murder. The timing matched perfectly with the attack. When confronted with this evidence, Matt's story began to fall apart. He claimed he'd been asleep. He couldn't say for certain where his car was. Maybe Angela had used it. He didn't know. He'd been sleeping. Angela was interviewed next. She had her own story. She told detectives that she and Matt had been locked in a bitter custody battle with Anne, one that had gotten increasingly nasty. According to Angela, Anne wouldn't even allow Matt to call his daughter on the phone. She was keeping them apart, being vindictive, using the child as a weapon. When shown the security footage of their car at Anne's apartment, Angela denied it was theirs. It must be a different vehicle, a mistake. The cameras weren't clear enough to tell. Angela also provided an alibi of sorts. She said that on the night of the murder, she'd gotten sick. She'd thrown up on herself, and Matt had helped her clean up. They'd been dealing with that mess, not committing murder. Interestingly, Matt hadn't mentioned any of this in his interview. Nothing about Angela being sick, nothing about helping her clean up. It was a detail that supposedly dominated their evening, yet he'd forgotten to include it in his account. Detectives began digging deeper into Matt and Angela's background, their financial situation, their motivations. They spoke with Anne's friends, James and Brian Morgenstern, who confirmed the custody battle and provided context about the relationship between Anne, Matt, and Angela. The Morgensterns explained that Matt and Angela had tried to paint Anne as an unfit mother, claiming she couldn't properly care for her daughter. But anyone who knew Anne could see it was nonsense. She worked hard. She loved her daughter. She was doing everything right under difficult circumstances. Meanwhile, Matt and Angela were living in what friends and investigators described as squalor. The house was dirty, chaotic. They had no regular employment. Detective Turnage learned that Matt openly admitted to living off his children's disability benefits. It was their business model, essentially. Diagnose the kids, get the checks, survive on government assistance. This pattern made Angela's insistence that Matt's daughter had bipolar disorder suddenly make a lot more sense. It wasn't about concern for the child's well-being. It was about money. Another disability diagnosis meant another monthly check, more income for their struggling household. Anne had seen right through it and refused to allow her daughter to be used that way. That refusal had led to the custody battle. And when Matt and Angela lost that battle, when they were ordered to pay tens of thousands of dollars they didn't have. It created a powerful motive for murder. But motive alone doesn't solve a case. Detectives needed evidence. They needed something concrete that tied Matt and Angela to the crime scene beyond just the security footage of their car. Then they got a break. A significant one. Anne had a life insurance policy worth $100,000. Her parents were listed as the beneficiaries, which made sense. If anything happened to Anne, her mom and stepdad would receive the money to help raise their granddaughter. But after Anne's death, the insurance company contacted detectives with disturbing news. Matt Hester had called them. He wanted to know if he was eligible for a payout, despite the fact that he wasn't listed as a beneficiary, despite the fact that they'd been divorced for years. Matt thought maybe he could get that money. It was a revealing moment. Here was a man whose ex-wife had just been brutally murdered, and his first thought was whether he could cash in on her death. The investigation continued. That bloody boot print found at the crime scene became crucial. Forensic analysts determined it was from a woman's boot, and they were able to trace the specific brand and style. Records showed that Angela McCraw Hester had purchased boots matching that description in 2015 from a local retail store. But the most damning evidence came from the knives themselves. DNA analysis was conducted on the murder weapons found at the scene. They were tested, processed, compared against samples. Angela's DNA was found on one of the knives used to kill Anne. There it was. Physical evidence. Scientific proof. Angela McCraw Hester had been there. She had held that knife. She had participated in the murder of Anastasia Hester. In October 2017, more than a year after Anne's death, Angela McCraw Hester was arrested. She was 37 years old. She was charged with aggravated murder and first-degree burglary. By this time, she and Matt had moved to Pocatello, Idaho, perhaps hoping that distance would protect them. It didn't. During questioning after Angela's arrest, Matt's story changed dramatically. Suddenly, he remembered things differently. He told detectives that Angela had come home on the night of Anne's murder covered in blood. He'd seen it. He'd helped her clean up. He'd washed her clothes, helped her get rid of the evidence. But he'd had nothing to do with the actual murder. That was all Angela. He just helped cover it up afterward. It was a convenient story. Matt was trying to save himself by throwing Angela completely under the bus. But investigators weren't buying it. They believed the truth was more complicated than one person acting alone. In the summer of 2019, Matt Hester was arrested in Idaho and charged with solicitation to commit murder, 2 counts of criminal conspiracy to commit murder, and hindering prosecution. Detectives believed that Matt hadn't just helped cover up the crime. He'd helped plan it. He'd encouraged it. He'd wanted it to happen. The indictment revealed something even more disturbing. Prosecutors alleged that before Angela killed Anne, Matt had approached someone else about committing the murder. He'd gone to Aaron McCraw, Angela's ex-husband, and asked him to kill Anne. Think about that. Matt had allegedly tried to recruit Angela's ex-husband to murder his own ex-wife. When that didn't work out, the job had fallen to Angela herself. The trial processes for both defendants would take years. Angela went first. She eventually accepted a plea deal. In November 2020, she pleaded guilty to 1 count of second-degree murder. In exchange for the guilty plea, she received a sentence of life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. It was a severe sentence, but it meant avoiding a trial and a potential conviction on the more serious charge of aggravated murder, which would have meant life without parole. Matt Hester's case followed. In August 2021, he also accepted a plea deal. He pleaded guilty to solicitation to commit murder and hindering prosecution. He was sentenced to 56 months in prison. With time served in good behavior calculations, his earliest possible release date was March 2023. The disparity in their sentences is striking. Angela, who physically committed the murder, got life in prison. Matt, who allegedly orchestrated it, paid for it, encouraged it, and then helped cover it up, got less than 5 years. Some might argue that Matt's lesser sentence reflects his lesser role. He didn't actually stab Anne 60 times. He didn't break into her apartment. He didn't pursue her across the room as she tried to flee. That was Angela. But others would point out that without Matt, without his desire to be rid of his ex-wife, without his financial motivations and his willingness to ask people to commit murder on his behalf, Anne might still be alive. The mastermind often bears as much responsibility as the person who carries out the deed. While in prison, Matt and Angela divorced. They're reportedly no longer in contact. Their partnership, forged in that gaming shop romance, solidified in marriage and darkened by conspiracy to murder, is over. Each now serves their sentence alone. As for the children caught in this tragedy, their lives were irrevocably altered. Angela's 3 children were placed in foster care, removed from parents who'd used them as income sources and involved them, however peripherally, in a plot to murder. One hopes they found stable, loving homes far away from the chaos of their early years. And Anne's daughter, the little girl at the center of the custody battle that triggered everything, was taken in by her maternal grandparents. She's being raised by Anne's mother and stepfather, the people who were always supposed to be there for her if something happened to Anne. They lost their daughter, but gained the responsibility of raising her child. One wonders what they tell her about her mother, about the woman who worked so hard to provide for her, who fought so fiercely to protect her from being used as a disability check, who loved her enough to stand up to her ex-husband and his new wife, even when it was difficult and expensive and exhausting. And one wonders what they tell her about her father, the man who supposedly loved her but was willing to plot the murder of her mother. The man who chose debt relief and financial gain over his daughter having 2 living parents. How do you explain that to a child? The murder of Anastasia Hester is a story about many things. It's about the dangers of financial desperation, about what happens when people view children as sources of income rather than human beings, to nurture and protect, about the lengths some will go to avoid paying debts or losing custody battles. But more than anything, it's a story about a single mother who was trying her best and worked hard. She kept a clean home. She loved her daughter. She fought for what was right even when it was expensive and difficult. She won her custody battle. She proved she was a good mother. And then she was murdered for it. Stabbed 60 times in her own home while her daughter was away for the weekend. She died alone in pain, terrified after hours of torture. She managed to call 911. Managed to gasp out what was happening, but it was too late. The last words captured on that 911 call were, "Oh, God." A prayer, perhaps. Or just an expression of the horror she was experiencing. We'll never know what she was thinking in those final moments. Whether she knew who was attacking her. Whether she understood why. Whether she thought about her daughter and who would raise her now. And was only 34 years old when she died. Her whole life should have been ahead of her. She should have watched her daughter grow up, graduate, maybe have children of her own. She should have had the chance to find love again, to rebuild after her difficult divorce, to see her hard work pay off. Instead, she got a small apartment in Gresham, a job at a call center, 4 years of single parenthood, a custody battle she won, and a few weeks later, a brutal murder she couldn't survive. The people who killed her are in prison now. Angela will be there for at least 25 years, possibly for the rest of her life. Matt got out much sooner, free to rebuild his life while Anne's life ended at 34. Justice, such as it is, has been served. The case is closed. The investigation is complete. The people responsible have been identified, prosecuted, and sentenced. But Anne is still dead. Her daughter still grew up without a mother. Her parents still lost their child. And a small apartment in Gresham still sits empty. Or perhaps houses a new tenant now who doesn't know about the horror that happened there. One June night in 2016, sometimes true crime stories have clear villains. People who are obviously evil from the start. People whose crimes shock us but don't surprise us because we can see the darkness in them from the beginning. Matt and Angela Hester aren't quite that simple. They were just people, flawed, desperate, selfish people who made terrible choices. They wanted money. They wanted custody. They wanted to avoid debt. They wanted things they couldn't have. And instead of accepting that, instead of finding legal ways to improve their situation, they chose murder. And in choosing murder, they destroyed not just Anne's life, but their own lives, their children's lives, and the future that Anne's daughter should have had with her mother. This is the story of Anastasia Hester, a woman who loved tabletop games and fantasy worlds, a woman who worked at a call center to pay the bills, a woman who fought to protect her daughter from being exploited, a woman who won her custody battle and thought she was finally safe, a woman who was wrong. Rest in peace, Anne. You deserved so much better than what happened to you that night. You deserve to watch your daughter grow up. You deserve justice that came in time to save you, not years too late to do anything but punish the people who took you away. Your daughter knows you fought for her. Your friends remember you loved tabletop games and fantasy worlds. Your story has been told, and in the telling you're remembered not just as a victim but as a mother, a fighter, a person who mattered. And that perhaps is the only small comfort in this terrible story. That Anne Hester is remembered, that her name is spoken, that her life, however it ended, is not forgotten. Please, if you're still awake, let's move on to our last story. Story 5. The mountain town of Woodland Park, Colorado, sits at an elevation of over 8,000 feet, nestled in the shadow of Pikes Peak. It's the kind of place where neighbors know each other, where the air is thin and crisp, and where young families come to build quiet lives away from the chaos of the cities below. In the autumn of 2018, 29-year-old Kelsey Barrett was living exactly that kind of life, or so it seemed from the outside. Kelsey was a pilot, a profession that suited her determined, independent nature. She'd worked hard to earn her commercial pilot's license, and by that November she was employed by DOS Aviation, a company that trained Air Force pilots. It was demanding work, but Kelsey thrived on precision and responsibility. She had grown up in Idaho with close-knit family ties, the kind of young woman who checked in regularly with her parents and brother. Her mother, Cheryl, would later describe her as reliable, organized, someone who never left people wondering or worrying about where she was. But in Kelsey's personal life, things were more complicated. She was engaged to Patrick Frazee, a local rancher and farrier, someone who shoes horses for a living. They had a 1-year-old daughter together named Kaylee, a bright-eyed toddler who had become the center of Kelsey's universe. Yet despite being engaged and sharing a child, Kelsey and Patrick maintained separate households. She lived in a modest townhome in Woodland Park, while he stayed on his property in Florissant, about 15 miles away. They weren't living the conventional life of an engaged couple preparing to marry. There was distance between them, both physical and emotional, though the exact nature of their relationship would only become clear later. Thanksgiving Day 2018 arrived with the promise of autumn warmth turning into winter cold. For most families, it was a day of gratitude, turkey dinners, and togetherness. For Kelsey Barrett, it would be the last day anyone would see her alive. That morning around noon, Kelsey was captured on surveillance footage at a Safeway grocery store near her home. She had her daughter Kaylee with her, perched in the shopping cart as mothers do, picking up last-minute items. Among them was a poinsettia plant, that seasonal decoration that marks the transition from Thanksgiving into the Christmas season. The footage showed a woman going through the ordinary motions of life, grocery shopping with her child. Nothing remarkable, nothing that suggested anything was wrong. At 1:23 that afternoon, a neighbor's security camera captured Kelsey, Patrick, and baby Kaylee entering Kelsey's townhome. Kelsey was carrying that poinsettia she'd just purchased. The three of them went inside together. Later that same day, the same camera would record Patrick leaving the residence. But this time, he was alone except for Kaylee. Kelsey didn't emerge. According to Patrick's own account to investigators, this was the last time he saw Kelsey. He claimed she handed over their daughter for his custodial time, and he left. He said he didn't go inside. He said everything seemed normal. He said he had no reason to suspect anything was wrong. But what actually happened inside that townhome on Thanksgiving Day would later be revealed as something far darker. The truth was being held by someone 1,300 miles away, someone who had been watching the situation unfold from a distance for months. A woman named Crystal Lee Kenny, who lived in Idaho, and who, unbeknownst to Kelsey, was Patrick Frazee's mistress. The days after Thanksgiving passed strangely. On November 25th, 3 days after Kelsey was last seen, her employer received a text message from her phone saying she wouldn't be coming in to work that week. Then another text went to Patrick, telling him he would have Kaylee for a while longer. To anyone who knew Kelsey, this was unusual. She was meticulous about her job. Especially as a pilot, she wouldn't simply send a text and disappear from responsibilities. And yet, her phone was communicating. It was active. Pings from cell towers suggested the phone had traveled first in Colorado, then moving west, eventually registering in Idaho. But Kelsey herself had vanished. Her mother, Cheryl, tried calling. No answer. She tried texting. Nothing that sounded like her daughter. By December 2nd, 10 days after Kelsey was last seen, Cheryl Barrett could no longer ignore the gnawing dread in her gut. She contacted the Woodland Park Police Department and requested a welfare check on her daughter. Officers went to Kelsey's townhome. Her car was parked outside. Inside, things appeared relatively normal. No signs of a struggle visible at first glance, though there was a faint smell of cleaning solution in the air. But Kelsey was gone, and so were some of her personal belongings. Her purse, her identification. The scene was puzzling. If she'd left voluntarily, why was her car still there? Why hadn't she told anyone? If something had happened to her, why did the house seem so clean? Patrick Frazee, as the father of Kelsey's child and her fiancée, became a person of immediate interest. He was cooperative at first, speaking with police, telling them he'd last seen Kelsey on Thanksgiving when she gave him custody of Kaylee. He painted a picture of a woman who might have needed space, who might have left on her own. But investigators had questions. Why hadn't he reported her missing? Why, if she hadn't shown up to get their daughter back, hadn't he been concerned? The case quickly became public. News cameras arrived in Woodland Park. Kelsey's face appeared on missing person posters and television screens. Her family held press conferences pleading for information for Kelsey to come home. Cheryl Barrett stood before microphones with the exhausted desperation of a mother who knows, deep in her bones, that something terrible has happened to her child. Behind the scenes, investigators were building a timeline. The Thanksgiving Day was the key. Surveillance footage, cell phone records, witness statements, they all pointed back to those hours on November 22nd. And the more they dug, the more Patrick Frazee's story began to develop cracks. Then came the break they needed. Cell phone data showed that Kelsey's phone, after leaving Colorado, had pinged in Idaho, specifically near the town of Twin Falls. Investigators began looking at connections Patrick might have in Idaho. What they found was Crystal Lee Kenny. Crystal, 32 years old, was a nurse from Hanson, Idaho. She had known Patrick for years. Some accounts suggested they dated on and off, maintaining some kind of relationship even after Patrick had become involved with Kelsey. When FBI agents knocked on Crystal's door in mid-December, the walls began to close in on Patrick Frazee. At first, Crystal denied knowing anything, but as investigators pressed, as they presented evidence of her involvement, her resolve cracked. She asked for a lawyer, and then, faced with the weight of what she'd participated in, Crystal Kenny made a decision that would ultimately seal Patrick Frazee's fate. She decided to cooperate, in exchange for her testimony and a plea deal. Crystal would plead guilty to evidence tampering, and in return she would tell investigators everything she knew about what really happened to Kelsey Barrett. What emerged from Crystal Kenny's confession was a plot that had been months in the making, a conspiracy so calculated and cold that it would shock even seasoned investigators. According to Crystal's account, Patrick Frazee had begun asking her to kill Kelsey as far back as September 2018. 2 months before Thanksgiving, he presented it as a necessity, telling Crystal that Kelsey was an abusive mother, that their daughter wasn't safe, that Kelsey needed to be eliminated for the child's well-being. It was manipulation at its finest, targeting Crystal's emotions, playing on her feelings for him, trying to convince her that murder was an act of protection rather than violence. The first attempt, Crystal said, was supposed to happen at Kelsey's job. Patrick gave Crystal a Starbucks coffee and told her to put something in it, something that would harm Kelsey. But when Crystal arrived at the location, she couldn't go through with it. She sat in her car, consumed by doubt and fear, and eventually just poured the coffee out and left. Patrick tried again. Another plan. Another time. Again, Crystal backed out. She would later testify that she was terrified of Patrick, afraid of what he might do to her or even to her own daughter if she didn't comply with his wishes. But each time, something stopped her from actually harming Kelsey. By November, Patrick apparently decided he would have to do it himself. Thanksgiving Day 2018. The surveillance cameras captured Kelsey, Patrick, and Kaylee entering the townhome. Kelsey was carrying that poinsettia, that innocent symbol of the upcoming holiday season. According to Crystal's later testimony, Patrick called her after the murder. He described what he'd done in chilling detail. He said he'd asked Kelsey to come look at something in the townhome. Some accounts say it was candles he'd brought for her to smell. A seemingly thoughtful gesture. Kelsey had turned her back to him, perhaps bending down or leaning forward. That's when Patrick struck. He hit her with a baseball bat, not once, but multiple times. 10 to 15 blows. Prosecutors would later argue in court. Kelsey's 1-year-old daughter was in the townhome, sitting in a playpen in another room, while her mother was being beaten to death just feet away. Kelsey's last words, as Patrick reportedly told Crystal, were heartbreaking in their simplicity. "Please stop." But he didn't stop. He continued until Kelsey Barrett was dead on the floor of her own home, murdered by the man who was supposed to be her partner, the father of her child. What happened next was a cleanup operation designed to erase all evidence of the crime. Patrick initially tried to handle it himself, but the amount of blood, the violence of what he'd done, it was too much for one person to conceal quickly, so he called Crystal Kenny and told her he needed her help. Immediately, Crystal drove from Idaho to Colorado, a 13-hour journey that she made out of what she later claimed was fear and manipulation. When she arrived at Kelsey's townhome, the scene that greeted her was nightmarish. Blood had soaked into the furniture, the walls, the floors. Patrick had already begun attempting to clean, but it was clear this was a massive undertaking. For hours, Crystal worked to erase the evidence of Kelsey's murder. She scrubbed blood from surfaces. She cleaned walls and floors. She gathered items that were contaminated, curtains, pillows, couch cushions, and helped Patrick load them into black plastic totes. The smell of cleaning products filled the air, that same smell that officers would note when they later entered the home. But the body, what had Patrick done with Kelsey's body? According to the investigation and testimony, Patrick had placed Kelsey's remains in a large black plastic tote. He transported her body to his property in Florissant, where he had a burn pile on his ranch. There he burned Kelsey's body, trying to destroy all physical evidence that she had ever existed. Crystal admitted that she helped burn Kelsey's belongings in that fire. The curtains, the pillows, items from the townhome, everything went into the flames. She described the horror of that night, standing by a fire that contained the remnants of a woman's life, a woman she'd only met once briefly, but whose murder she was now helping to conceal. The deception didn't end with the cleanup. Someone needed to make it seem as though Kelsey was still alive, still communicating. That's where Kelsey's cell phone became crucial. Patrick gave Crystal Kelsey's phone and instructed her to take it back to Idaho. On her drive home, Crystal sent text messages from Kelsey's phone, messages to Kelsey's employer saying she needed time off, messages to Patrick about custody of Kaylee. The goal was to create a digital trail that suggested Kelsey had left of her own accord, that she'd traveled west, that she was choosing to disconnect from her life in Colorado. Once back in Idaho, Crystal destroyed the phone. She later led investigators to where she'd discarded it, providing crucial evidence that corroborated her story. Phone records would show the device's journey from Colorado to Idaho, then going silent, never to be used again. December turned into a criminal investigation of unprecedented intensity in Woodland Park. Police, FBI, and the Colorado Bureau of Investigation worked together to piece together what happened. They searched Patrick's ranch with methodical care. They sifted through the burn pile where Kelsey's body had allegedly been destroyed. They found evidence, small pieces of material, forensic traces. But Kelsey's remains were never recovered intact. The fire had done its job too well. On December 21st, 2018, nearly a month after Kelsey disappeared, Patrick Frezzi was arrested. He was charged with first-degree murder, 3 counts of solicitation to commit murder, and tampering with a deceased body. The arrest came as both a relief and a confirmation to Kelsey's family. Relief that someone was being held accountable, confirmation of their worst fears that Kelsey was truly gone. Patrick pleaded not guilty to all charges. His defense would later argue that without a body, without a murder weapon, without Patrick's DNA at the scene, there was reasonable doubt. They would suggest that Crystal Kenny, not Patrick, might have been the actual killer, that her testimony was self-serving and designed to shift blame. The trial began in November 2019, nearly a year after Kelsey's murder. The courtroom in Cripple Creek, Colorado became the setting for 2 weeks of testimony that laid bare the horrifying details of what happened to Kelsey Barrett. Crystal Kenny took the stand. As the prosecution's star witness, over 4 hours of testimony, she walked the jury through everything. The solicitation attempts, Patrick's description of the murder, the cleanup, the disposal of the body. She fought back tears as she recounted Kelsey's final words. "Please stop." The emotional weight of her testimony was palpable. The defense attacked Crystal's credibility relentlessly. They pointed out that she'd made a deal with prosecutors, that she was only facing evidence tampering charges instead of being charged as an accessory to murder. They suggested she had more motivation to lie than to tell the truth, that she might have been the one who actually killed Kelsey and was now framing Patrick to save herself. But the prosecution had more than just Crystal's testimony. They had forensic evidence from the townhome, blood that had seeped into the flooring beneath the carpet, evidence that someone had tried very hard to clean a violent crime scene. They had the cell phone records showing Kelsey's phone traveling to Idaho. They had surveillance footage placing Patrick at Kelsey's home on Thanksgiving Day. They had testimony from people who'd seen Patrick acting strangely in the days after Kelsey disappeared. And then came perhaps the most damning testimony of all. A fellow inmate came forward to testify that Patrick, while in jail awaiting trial, had approached him with a request. Could he use his connections to a prison gang to have witnesses killed? Patrick had allegedly created a hit list that included Crystal Kenny, investigators, and others who could testify against him. It was an attempt at witness intimidation that backfired spectacularly, providing the jury with evidence of Patrick's consciousness of guilt. The jury deliberated for just a few hours. On November 18, 2019, they returned with their verdict: guilty on all counts. First-degree murder, 3 counts of solicitation to commit murder, tampering with the deceased body. Patrick Frazee showed little emotion as the verdict was read, but in the gallery, Kelsey's mother Cheryl wept. The sentencing came quickly. The judge handed down the maximum possible punishment: life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 156 years. Patrick would never walk free again. He would never see his daughter grow up. He would spend the rest of his life behind bars, paying for what he'd done to Kelsey. Cheryl Barrett, Kelsey's mother, addressed the court during sentencing. She spoke about her daughter, the pilot who loved to fly, the mother who adored her baby girl, the woman who was dependable and strong. She spoke about the hole Kelsey's death had left in their family, how her granddaughter would grow up without her mother. And she spoke about the cruelty of Patrick's actions, not just in taking Kelsey's life, but in trying to erase her very existence. Kaylee, just a toddler when her mother was murdered, went to live with Kelsey's parents. At least she would be raised by people who loved Kelsey, who could tell her about the mother she'd never really know. The pilot who dreamed of watching her daughter grow. Crystal Kenny served her sentence for evidence tampering, 3 years in total. She was released and returned to Idaho, carrying with her the weight of her involvement in Kelsey's death. She's tried to rebuild her life away from the spotlight, though she'll forever be known as the woman who helped cover up a murder, who cleaned up the blood of a woman she barely knew because a man manipulated her into believing she had no choice. Patrick Frazee appealed his conviction, arguing various legal points about the trial's conduct and the evidence presented. In February 2025, the Colorado Supreme Court upheld his conviction, affirming that he'd received a fair trial and that the jury's verdict was supported by the evidence. He remains in prison, and he will remain there for the rest of his natural life. The case of Kelsey Barrett raises uncomfortable questions about relationships, about the masks people wear, about how someone can seem so normal on the outside while harboring such darkness within. Patrick Frazee wasn't a stranger who attacked Kelsey in a moment of random violence. He was her fiancé, her partner, the father of her child. He was someone she trusted, someone she let into her home and her life. And he murdered her on Thanksgiving Day, while their baby daughter sat in another room. The townhome where Kelsey died has long since been cleaned and likely sold to new owners, who may or may not know its history. The grocery store where she was last seen on surveillance footage continues to serve the community of Woodland Park. Life goes on in that mountain town, as it always does. But Kelsey's story remains, a reminder of how quickly an ordinary day can turn tragic, how trust can be betrayed in the most violent way imaginable. Kelsey Barrett was 29 years old when she died. She was a pilot, a mother, a daughter, a woman with her whole life ahead of her. She should have been preparing for the holidays with her baby, planning her future, flying planes and living the life she'd worked so hard to build. Instead, she's gone, remembered now not for her accomplishments, but for the brutal way her life was taken from her. Her family has worked to keep her memory alive in more positive ways. They speak about who she was before that Thanksgiving Day, about her love of flying and her dedication to her daughter. They've established ways to honor her memory, ensuring that Kelsey is remembered as more than just a victim of a terrible crime. But on quiet nights, when the wind blows through the mountains around Woodland Park, It's hard not to think about what happened in that townhome, about those final moments when Kelsey realized what was happening. When she said those two words that would haunt everyone who heard them. Please stop. She deserved better. She deserved the life that was stolen from her. She deserved justice. And while Patrick Frazee will never leave prison, while the legal system did what it could to hold him accountable, nothing can bring Kelsey back. Nothing can give her daughter those memories of growing up with her mother. Nothing can undo what was done. And so we remember Kelsey Barrett. Not with anger, though anger is justified. Not with fear, though her story is frightening. But with sadness for a life cut short. For a future that never came to be. For a little girl who will only know her mother through photographs and stories told by those who loved her. In the end, that's what true crime stories are really about. Not the criminals. Not the investigations. Not even the trials. They're about the victims, the real people who were here and then weren't, who had hopes and dreams and people who loved them. They're about remembering that behind every case, there's a human being who mattered. Kelsey Barrett mattered. She still matters. And her story, as tragic as it is, deserves to be told. Thank you for listening to tonight's true crime story. Rest peacefully knowing that another story awaits you next time, ready to accompany you on another journey toward restorative sleep. But if you're still awake, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories. And until next time, stay safe and take care. Good night.